yesterday. That's strange. How did this happen? What's wrong? That's you just in time. Anna's been getting out of bed since eating the medicine prescribed by that doctor. And she wasn't much, she needed a lot of rest. And all that I calculated how that she's better, she started pestering me every day to go out at play, and I couldn't refuse her. Now, I absolutely cannot find her, and I have no idea where she's gone. Please help me find her. You seem quite happy about it. She'll come back when she gets hungry. Are you talking about my sister? Are you taking my sister for some kind of cat? I've only just recovered. How can we let her go hungry? Wheeze. How could I do anything but wheeze in this situation? I am taking a sister for some kind of cat. I'm gonna be able to spend as much time as I've been playing this game soon because school's gonna come back. But yeah, school is an important fact of life. It is of most importance that we are scholarly. Yeah, I don't know. I always have to hold that in such an odd angle. Yeah, I'm taking my sister's kind of cat. Alright, please help me find out. I'll be waiting for you here. I've already been searching for quite a while and I haven't looked in the vicinity of the Adventurers Guild yet. But I'm just beat at this point. You should start your search over there. Who knows, maybe Cirrus is there or something. If you find her, or I'll have to go hard again. Anthony, of course I'll help you find Anna. I don't think Cirrus will be there. Is that one girl with the husband off at Windrise? Oh yeah, that's unusual. Have you seen a certain girl? A girl? Oh, you mean Anna? I did see her. She was heading for that windmill over there. I was so quite puzzled by myself. I thought she was unwell. Where did she suddenly get all that energy from? She just greeted me and just run by. That kid. You have any idea when she recovered from her illness? Yeah. Yeah, I might have a clue. Are there any more Latern Rite quests yet? No. Let me grab that. I gotta make it. I love the best room up there, bro. Where are you, insane man? I'm so happy my brother will never find me here. What are you doing here? Well, how do you get up here? And without a sound here. I'm an adventurer. Also, how did you even find me? I know. Mr. Saris must have told you. He's always taking care of my brother and I. And I greeted him when I saw something like, he looks so surprised too. Maybe I should try half of you and just going to become an adventurer, and that might be nice. What, my brother's looking for me? Huh, it's been some time, haven't it? Isn't it? I haven't noticed at all. I got it. Just let me stay here for a while. I'll get back myself. You and your brother need to figure out some better way of communication than me, because I'm not always going to be in Monster, guys. Most not even going to always be in this world. This journey will come to pass. Ah, yeah, Benny. Found Annie yet? She's on top of a windmill. How did that... A windmill? How did that girl get up there? I'm going up there right now. What? She wants to try becoming an adventurer? She's getting ahead of herself. She hasn't even fully recovered yet. Don't get me wrong. When she's well, I don't have any problems with her going out to see the world. Thanks. I'll go look for her. Enough like that when she's only just recovered. I have to teach her a lesson. Thanks to the master physician, Anna's finally turned corner. I look forward to it. See ya. So weird seeing Anthony in the daytime. So these two are recommended quests for Bezu. Bezu is a Latern Rite. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand how to... You can also entertain, give them below inspiration yourself and decorate them. Different roles can be given to your companions or if applies, giving them below so companions will watch. And a special interest. Oh! Where's your daughter? I don't have any of that stuff though. That's the problem. Actually, I think before we do anything else, we're gonna go fight the ocean quickly. What about you? I don't understand how I win Latern Rite. I'm not... Maybe win isn't the right term, but I don't understand how I get the stuff. I want you to do after I fight this fucker. Fee-fi, fur-fi.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chingsa. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
The power of water is to Need to shield the F out, man.
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
Well, that doesn't really apply to me. Can you not do that,
The
please?
power of water is its ability to take any shape.
That's mean.
Windblade! With the wind!
My guiding stars, cold, mine to con-
Windblade!
Not now. Let the show begin.
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Not now. No escape.
Windblade!
Come on. That's not fair.
That's a revival item.
Oh no.
Disappear! Windblade!
My guiding stars, stars.
I don't think this thing should be allowed to have birds.
Let's dance. The night is cold.
Well, that's the actual isn't it?
Come on, we can do it. My guiding stars.
Birds are cunts.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
keep up with me. No one escapes my...
Wind blade.
We seek but a small haven of tranquil waters. Is that so much to ask for? As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
I'm gonna have to do that again because I only got one out of the. I only got like what, 2 out of the.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
You're lucky I want to go participate in some festivities. Some associated. So that's Act 1 done. May fortune find you. I should go log into my other account. Oh, no, grab the thing. Quickly. Okay, so. Boom. Yeah, I do think I'm gonna go for my whole idea of maybe if I like write the recap on live, I'll feel more motivated to do it because I'm getting more than one thing out of it. Because I get the content and the thing I want from it. I'm happy to just sit and like hang out even though I'm not with anyone really. Logging in. Me running out of the quiet class will never run to high note in unison to the. Hey, I don't want to leave without doing the main here. But I'm not gonna do it until I finish writing that. Up of the things, but also my commissions. Also, commissions don't really matter in this account yet. Also, it's not like I can speak to Catherine. Actually, I suppose I could if I really wanted to. Oh yeah, there's not really any point doing commissions since it's not gonna give me the keys. Because I don't wanna be at a better place before I... But it is tempting. It's very tempting to go and just do this demand. Let me check the recap thing actually, because I've come to a realization. Oh hey, maybe I should just read it on my iPad. Yeah, while I'm live doing said thing. Where is only Act 1? They cook this. They cook all a nice soup and Zongling, and they asked what he was doing here. Olaf was hunting a boar, and it led him into a cold domain. Zungling runs in claiming that the boar is the missing ingredient. The traveler tells Olaf he should get back to Springsvale, and Olaf tells them to go after Zungling. We can go just quickly.
Slow down! It's dangerous in here! Ingredients don't stay fresh for long.
Paimon tells Zungling to slow down. She says no, because ingredients don't stay fresh for long. Oh, I remember struggling so much with this. Oh, I knocked you off the side. I'm sorry, my friend. I have a dual blade. I'm gonna make you think it's a dual blade.
We need to get going before they expire. Yeesh. She's quite the fighter. Seems foraging for ingredients takes more than just luck. Nice and spicy.
Wow.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is it cold, everyone? Is it cold? Is it cold, my friends? Oh, I didn't know that it would be cold in here. It's not like I could see the mountain. Oh, it was concealing a ladder. Traveler Paimon and Zhongli continue further into the mysterious cavern. Oh.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Oh, I'm sorry, what's that yet? That wasn't the puzzle I thought it would be. I still don't really like the character's design. But I will admit, they are a pretty cool character. Death.
Yikes! Look over there! The icicles up ahead are falling! Let's be careful not to get hit. It will definitely
Eventually,
hurt.
as they go deeper, the icicles start falling down on them. And today I learned that I don't know how to spell icicle.
Disappear!
I have to fight these slimes.
No one escapes my sight. This must be it.
To go even further, they enter through a door and see what looks like a giant
It's huge.
nuclear
This is perfect. My
reservoir.
little treasure. Whoa!
Oh, no, it literally just is Require Reservoir. Oh my fucking god, you stupid thing. There we go. As they have gone deeper through the ruins, they have entered through doors using pyro-elemental monuments. After opening the last door, they come face to face with a prior reservation. A traveler and Zhongli take out.
My ingredients are attacking me! Help me put him in his place!
With the wind!
Midnight, Phantasma!
This moment will be frozen.
Let it rain! Get myself a crash of sign, cook it up for dinner time!
The traveler and Zhongli take out the prior reservation. Mess up and reservation. Cook it up for dinner time.
Even better if it's paired with a bit of swine.
Stop encouraging her.
What in the world could bring more joy than finding rare ingredients?
My sister.
Wait, there's something else here too.
Zhongli notices a frozen boar.
This must be the boar that Hunter was chasing.
Paimon points out it has to be the boar that Olaf was chasing.
But Paimon's never seen one with this pattern before.
Paimon's never seen one with this pattern of fur before.
Where have I seen this before? Aha! It was in the
Zhongli
Historia
mentions
Naturalis
she
in
has seen it before in the Historia Naturalis Liwe.
This pattern is unmistakable. It belongs to a breed of boar that went extinct 300 years ago.
The pattern belongs to a breed of boar that went extinct 300 years ago. Foreshadowing. Mountain spine, are we?
Wow! How is this one still alive after so long?
Paimon wonders how this one is alive for so long. And the traveler points out that the Reservine would have accidentally given it reservation. I mean, everyone's thinking it. They only think this one if they want to be funny. Let's be honest here, guys. Please tell me you guys are smart.
Could be.
What do you mean could be? It's literally what happened. Look at
I
it!
read that this boar was hunted to extinction because its meat was so highly prized.
Something mentions that this boar was hunted to extinction because its meat was so highly prized.
Condensate of jumbo cryo slime and extinct boar? Not one but two priceless treasures!
She seems to be a little overexcited to eat the exotic animals.
Right! Now let's get back to Springvale!
Only mindset is this will be my winning ticket, and they should get back to Springvale for the cook-off. Quest goal is in Monset. Head there to continue the quest. How do we go from being down there to being up here?
A reward on the road. Wind blade.
Oh my fucking god, leave me the fuck alone. You ugly ass munchkin capuchin kachinkon. Dealing. Save me. Yeah, animus slimes. I'm not really a big fan of them myself, but cause like, man, the anime version of a traveler. But like, out of all the things I've been fighting recently, definitely my preferred one. Now, let's find out. Does electricity explode? Yes, but it doesn't matter because I can't make the fucking jump. It's me, Mario. Take your seat at the banquet. Where's the third one? Oh, it's at the teleport waypoint, isn't it? Look at them back there, thinking they can make a difference.
Is this an answer from this world?
What adventure even am I? Okay, so I've got 2 quests to do before I'm even going to do the Arkham quest. But let's go back into my main account, because this isn't meant to be me working on my own, it's meant to be me hanging out at Latern Rite. What if I start working on my video script right now? Video script. My name is Herpless Lyric. 87. Last year, I got pretty into the video game. Genshin Impact. However, I'm going to be honest, I don't really understand the lore, but also I don't think seeking other people out is a good way to learn it. So, hypocritically, here's me talking about the lore, except I am not trying to teach you. Don't take any of this as fact, even so I will not be mentioning my favorite fruit during all of this. What I am going to be doing is simple. Using a guide of the order that the quests take place in. Canonically, I am going to write recaps of the events that happen in these quests. I remember that guy. How many more? What else do I need? A lot. Oh. I'm not crazy, right? That boat didn't look like that a few days ago. Wait, can you use this boat to get to that boat?
I'll keep this close.
Yeah. Oh. Hi guys. I don't want to make them do things. I made them do things before. It was weird. I made my wife some swordfish yesterday. How about some black lunch today? I like to buy some fishing supplies. Oh, you're hobbyist too. I have nothing but the best. Why do you sell things with fish? I get you're a fisherman, but you need gold, don't you? This is Louis. Now you know more about Louis than me. You live here, but still, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Bum 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 bum. I have no friends, but I'm having fun. I mean, I do have friends. I just not on whatever. Maybe if I look at the event wheel, things would make sense. Do you think I should just do these quests? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm coming. The thing about streaming and not having to worry about editing it into a video is that I get to do so much more than I normally would. I'm not sure which way I meant to come in, so I'm just going to come in from the side that I'm very clearly not supposed to be. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Is it just Paimon, or is there something weird about those hilly trails over there?
They seem unusually agitated.
Maybe it has something to do with that sorta dark energy they're giving off. Uh-oh. This is right by the Wangshu Inn too. Oh, the guests are in great danger. Now that we've seen it, if we don't do anything about it, Paimon will feel really guilty. Let's go take care of them.
Okay. That I dealt with.
These super evil hilly trolls are more difficult to defeat than the usual kind too. Hey, seems
Paimon,
like
what if they're
over
Conrians?
there. Wonder what they're doing. Whoa! See that guy in the mask? He scared off all the hilly trolls.
Looks like he was using some sort of
You
adapter.
mean like Xiao? Now that you mention it, this guy's mask is kind of similar to the one that he wears. But the magic he was using seemed even more adeptacy than Xiao's. Shall we go say hi?
I would really rather not, but do I have a choice?
Hello. Allow us to introduce ourselves. This is...
Please, if you're here to thank me, there's no need. Cleansing the world of evil is the duty of the Adepti. Think nothing of it. One certainly doesn't. Wait, who are you? One had assumed you were followers, but on closer inspection it seems that we have not met.
We're just travelers passing by.
Paimon, and this is my sidekick.
One sees.
How dare you!
One too shall introduce oneself, for it is good manners to comply. The one before you is the Adeptus, Master of Stars, though one is better known to one's followers as Star Snatcher. One descended from one's mountain abode to cleanse the world of evil,
Ugly man.
whereupon fate saw fit that our paths should cross. Now, tell me that which you wish for.
Our wishes? Paimon thought that the Adepti and Leela were just really good in battle. You mean you can grant people's wishes too?
There are different levels of Adepti. Are not the stars loftier than the mountains, clouds, and moon? Yet, it is unbecoming of an Adepti to boast of one's powers. One would have you first speak to one's followers, and only then make your verdict.
Sure, what were you saying?
There are different levels.
Sure.
The Millilith don't really need to do shifts when the Master of Stars is around, do they?
Hmm. I forgot how to do my checklist thing, so I'm just gonna see if I can do a little bit of a cheat. No. Format. Bullets and numbering. Checklist menu. Did I just get struck by lightning? So I'm just adding the actual checklisting check to the checklist I have. I don't know if I'll go through doing all of these world quests. What do you know about the Master of Stars?
I'm a merchant, and I had an especially valuable batch of goods that needed transporting recently. So I asked the Master of Stars if he would make the journey with me, as presumptuous as that was. Reason being, monsters run a mile as soon as he so much as holds up his talisman. We didn't have the slightest bit of trouble the whole journey. It didn't come cheap, of course, but then soliciting the services of an Adeptus is a monumental affair. Just look at the Rite of Dissension. So I can accept it, but I doubt that most from outside of Liyue would be willing to.
Have you seen the Master of Stars in action? His power truly hails from the divine. I believe that now
Neat.
there is finally some hope for my ailing father.
Tell me about the Master of
Watching him use his
Stars.
magic is all the proof you need. A true Adeptus, no doubt about it. Not long ago, I sought some medicine from him on behalf of my ailing father. The difference with Boo Boo Pharmacy's prescriptions was like night and day, I tell you. Once it was boiled and ready, it gave off this really ethereal mist. Seemed pretty adeptal to me. Could have also been because there was mistflower in it, though. Adepti medicine is surely the most potent. My father will recover soon, I just know it. Sure, you have to make some sacrifices if you seek help from an Adeptus like the Master of Stars. I had to give a few antiques as offerings. But my father's life is worth much more than a few old relics, right?
Yeah. chat. Okay, so chapter 2. So for chapter 1 in the Latern Rite is honestly mostly world quests, not gonna lie. That might be a bit annoying to play through. What's going on? But you don't mind to complain really. Format. Quantum numbering. Checklist menu. That summer is already. It has the format. Wait, give it to Fontaine and that one section. And finally, doing that one. I think that Mavuka's request comes after the Natlan Open Quest, and then after that I'm going to put event Latern Rite. What's this Latern Rite called? Springtime Charm. Swirling butterflies. With a question mark. And also I just wrote World Quest Mavuka Act 1. There we go. That should be that for the time being.
Finally,
Yeah.
a life full of hope and purpose. Oh,
What are your
are
thoughts
you
on the
believers
master?
too? After my fiancé had been left, I cried every day. But then I turned to the Master of Stars for help. At his suggestion, I started burning paintings of my fiancé and casting the ashes into the ocean at sunrise. I can't explain it, but it really worked. I know in my heart that he'll return. This is not some sort of positive thinking trick. I'm certain of it. I'm so overjoyed that I gave a portion of my wedding budget to the Master of Stars as an offering. After all, if not for him, I wouldn't be getting my fiancé back, in which case I wouldn't need it anyway.
What do you think?
Fraud.
One's adherents may exaggerate a little, but they speak from the heart.
Fraud. From their imaginations, I'd say.
Surely you jest. There was once a senior adeptus, Xie Wu Liang, known to the people as Liangzi. He said this: all things are connected. That which mortals call imagination is merely the bridge betwixt the spiritual and the material. In other words, their wishes are already on the path of transitioning into reality. Does this make things clearer?
Nope. It makes them way more complicated. But basically what you're saying is that their wishes can come true, right?
Indeed. You are perceptive, my diminutive friend.
Okay. So we also have one other question.
Oh? You need but ask.
Why do you wear a mask?
Wanders among mortals, doing good and cleansing evil. One reveals not one's visage to avoid further disturbance to this realm than is necessary.
Ah, got it.
Now then, what are your wishes?
I want to know where my sibling is.
One senses that a tragic tale lies behind this wish. So be it. This wish is not beyond one's power to grant. But first, one must see some proof of your faith.
What's that supposed to mean?
The way of the Adepti cannot be grasped from words alone. One must seek the profound truths that lie beyond them. Should you fail to perceive one's hidden meaning,
I'm already doing that,
then
though.
regrettably, one may lend you no aid.
What do we do? Paimon doesn't understand him at all.
'Cause he's a fraud. I think he wants some
That's
more.
right. Some of those believers mentioned that they had to pay a pretty sum for the Adeptus' help, didn't they? Well, Paimon's not forking over anymore, and we don't have anything valuable enough on us. You don't even have a vision.
I don't think people put visions up for sale.
Why don't we make him a tasty snack? No one can resist
That's a plan.
good food,
A snack.
can they?
Not sure who shows your value. Yes, for sure.
A tasty snack is sure to work. Why don't we head over to Wanwen Bookhouse and see if they got any new recipes in?
Sure, why not? I just wanna... The one time I want the game to yap at me some expedition while I do some things, it's not yapping at me some expedition. It told me to do this for Latern Rite. I'll do it for Latern Rite tomorrow. I'll have a class. I hope I wake up at a good time tomorrow. I don't want to go back to school, but also, yeah, sure, whatever.
So, you'd like a copy of Yaksha's The Guardian Adepti?
Yes. Here, and keep the change.
Oh, aren't you generous? Thank you for your patronage.
coincidence running into him again.
Coincidence or if
Did
they
you hear the name of the
enters
book you
it's
just bought? Was it Yaksha's the Guardian Adepti? Well, anyway, it was definitely a book about the Adepti. Why would an Adeptus want to buy a book about himself?
perhaps as a narcissist?
Could be. But now that Paimon thinks about it, there's something that's just not right about this guy.
I mean, yeah. Why would an Adeptus want in the P? His mask is so ugly.
It really is. Very suspicious. Paimon thinks we should check out that book. Maybe we'll find out something about this guy that we can use.
Maybe. Oh god, there's a lot of events in a row here. Did I say it when I was writing this down the first time too? Unless we're splitting the check leaf in half to be have both a Archon Quest section and a post Archon Quest section. I'm not sure why.
Here's a copy of Yaksha's The Guardian Adepti. Do you have one in stock?
Huh. Since when did that old chestnut become a bestseller? You're a rare breed of youngster if this is what you like to read. But you should be able to find a copy somewhere on that desk over there.
Oh, I was trying to use Elemental Sight.
This is the one! Let's see what it's all about, shall we?
In ancient times, Liyue was a land of misery, where the shadow of evil loomed large.
Zhongli!
Slain gods festered, their vengeful wrath cursed the world, manifesting in infernal forms. When demons stirred, miasmas, monsters, and mutations infested the land. Then Rex Lapis summoned the Yakshas to vanquish the demons. They swore an oath: restore order through slaughter, purge evil through battle. To this, we dedicate our lives. Eons of bloodshed later, karmic debt weighed upon them, phantom wrath seeping into their broken souls. They went mad with fear, turned on each other, or succumbed to the darkness. Of the 5 foremost Yakshas, death came to 3, while the 4th vanished without a trace. In the millennia since, one conqueror of demons remains the sole surviving Yaksha in the mortal realm. And only on moonlit nights, in the glow from Guyon, and in the sound of the Dihua flute,
Venti.
is his memory preserved.
That was interesting. I'm not sure I understood what Venti had to do with that. Then again, I haven't been paying too much attention right now, because...
This book is about the Yakshas, a group of Adepti who defend Liyue.
I'll be
Seems
doing
like a
this
pretty
all
niche
again.
topic. Was there anything that stood out to you?
Venti. Venti stood out to me. About karma. That was soul surviving Yaksha.
There used to be 5 main Yakshas, but supposedly only one of them is still alive today. Do you think that it could have
We know a
anything to do
Yaksha.
with that Star Snatcher guy?
Xaya.
No, surely not. He doesn't exactly give off the impression that he's been suffering for thousands of years.
About...
The book
Demons.
says that the wrathful spirits of the gods defeated during the Archon War can sometimes cause plagues, monsters, or mutations. All of which sound pretty horrendous. Hey, wait a second. Paimon wonders if... Do you think those super evil hilly churls we saw earlier were the mutations that the book's talking about?
Probably.
The
About
book says
karma.
that the Yakshas, after fighting against the wrath of the gods for thousands of years, became bound by karma. Poisoned by the hateful thoughts of the gods, the Yakshas would often descend into indescribable fits of terror, rage, or agony. It's so tragic. After everything they went through in all their years of protecting Lille, they got no reward and had to deal with so much suffering instead.
Nothing else that I can think of.
Paimon thinks we've already summed up all the key points. So back to the matter at hand. The things we need answers on are 1, where did those super evil-looking hilly trolls come from? And 2, what does Star Snatcher have to do with the Yakshas, right? Now to head back to where this all started and commence our investigation. Let's part the fog of mystery that hangs over Dwayne Karst and let the truth shine through in its full glory.
So we're playing detective now, are we?
To be honest, Paimon actually hopes he is a real Adeptus. His exorcism technique seemed real enough at least. But if we get our hopes up, there's further for them to come down. So it makes sense to investigate thoroughly first, just to be sure. Alright, let's head back to Wangshu Inn!
So, are you buying or not?
Dun, dun. Every time I see a Genshin matching BFP thing, I have to look to see if the twins are there. Or not. Okay. Return to the inn to see a Star Snatcher. There, I didn't want him 3 kids. Honestly, I forget that group exists. Good. Actually, I don't know if they exist or existed, and I'm gonna stop talking about that a little now. L means okay now. Eh.
Flee at my command, foul demons! Flee! Why won't you flee?
Uh-oh.
Baronet.
Snatcher's in trouble. And there are innocent bystanders here too. We have to step in.
Wow.
I don't get it. Why didn't the Sigil of Permission do anything? Has the evil aura of these hilly churls grown in intensity?
Sigil of Permission, huh? Now why does that sound familiar?
Ah yes, we got out of June and free card.
Right. It's a keepsake of the Adepti, so it must still contain traces of their power. No wonder he was able to scare those monsters away earlier.
What are you two babbling on about? One is merely underslept, meaning that one's adeptal power is not in full flow. Were one but given another opportunity...
Well, as it happens, there goes another bunch of evil hilly churls over there. Should we leave them to you then?
One suddenly feels ill at ease. Surely one has overexpended one's adeptal powers. Otherwise, one would surely purge these infernal beings at once.
Ha ha ha.
Just bragging after all. We were right to be suspicious. Come on, Traveler. Looks like it's up to us. Use your elemental sight and hunt them down.
Fraud. Here, I'll send you a checklist alone. I need money, so I can pay people for the stupidest job in the world. So I'm sending my friend just a list of all the things I need to write a recap of for my project, learning the lore. Alright, let's go. This isn't about you right now, you normal Helitril.
Demons again. No wonder. Paimon was just wondering who could have made such short work of these hilly churls. Let's see what a real Adeptus has to say about all this.
I love it when they drown. Hey.
It's you. I remember you. I was purging some living beings that had been tainted by the demonic. It would appear that I have caused you some trouble.
Huh? He isn't usually this polite. What's going on? But you are exorcising demons. How is that causing trouble?
That is because the changes that occurred in these monsters stem from me. Or more precisely, from the karma I have accumulated.
Mutations?
Oh.
Karma? Does
Hi,
that
Yakasha.
mean-
So, Xavius to find out Yakasha?
Paimon remembers that Xiao is also called the Vigilant Yaksha, isn't he? So that means... Oh. Poor Xiao.
Did Pikeman record all her lines to sound sadder about people's misery after the Natlan War? Or is this just a coincidental side effect that only I get? We were reading a book called Yakusha being Guardian of Death.
You must mean that piece of literati fan fiction from a few hundred years ago.
I have a gods so stupid that they're funny.
All things are impermanent, and to exist is to suffer. We Yakshas have no need of sympathy or tears. My comrades who have passed on would see your tears as a stain upon their legacy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It matters not. In any case, I am on my way to purge a cavern of demonic influence, so we shall part ways here.
Wait! Take us with you! We'll be a big help! Paimon promises!
No need. I am used to fighting alone. And in any case, these mutations originated from me to begin with.
Well then... Oh! Consider it Paimon's penance for being accidentally rude just now. Please?
Well, come on then.
So, Xiao, you've been suffering from the bad karma all this time?
Suffering is my price to pay for eons of endless slaughter. I have come to accept this. But in recent years, other living things have suffered, when the burden should be mine alone to bear. I must reflect on this.
What did I just hear? Parents just leave spaghetti in a microwave for days and then just throw it out.
Finish your preparations, and we shall enter. We should not leave those monsters be for too long.
Knock your shit of a hedgehog.
Ooh,
No.
this place gives Paimon goosebumps.
I will use the ritual known as the Bane of All Evil.
This looks
to
cool.
relieve this place
Let's
of its
eat it.
karma. You must remain calm. Do not allow yourself to be affected by the lingering wrath of bygone gods.
Lament. for a specific effect as a spirit of a divine common era zone will have a baneful evil. How do I walk forward in this? Oh, okay. That does make a little bit of sense. Where is my Ava? How am I supposed to do anything without my...
Useless.
Why am I dying but also not dying? Oh, there's a timelet. Oh, it's like the Solar's Garden.
That must be the power you got for being a vigilant Yaksha, right? Hyman's just realized that you only wear your mask when you're fighting the bad guys. But that Star Snatcher guy wears his mask the rest of the time too.
Star Snatcher. I am aware of no Adeptus by such a name.
So he is a fraud! Well, we'll continue this discussion later. You should focus on your battle for now.
How do I win? I need to DM Violet more questions. Is this man's Jumpers quest specific? As if so, his most enticing thing doesn't even exist. He does seem cool though. I'm just not a big fan of spear players personally. No, I have no problem with spear players, I mean like the characters. Why am I clarifying things? You don't care, there's no one here.
Useless.
After. Oh no, wouldn't be. It's just there, so I might use the hunches, huh?
Worthless. Useless. It is good that we came
I don't
here.
get it.
An unusual number of living things had fallen under infernal influence. Had we not arrived in good time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Now, this Star Snatcher you speak of, what is the situation?
Ooh, Paimon will tell you.
An Adeptus who grants wishes. To think that people could be so easily deceived by such blatant lies.
As an Adeptus, do you have the power to grant wishes, Yao?
The Liyue of yesteryear would never ask the Adepti for boons unearned. Millennia ago,
Yeah.
the ancestral people of Liyue asked for nothing more than the strength to defend the land they called their home.
To be honest, an Adepti who grants people's wishes is probably more appealing to people nowadays.
However feeble people nowadays may be, they are not my concern. I concern myself only with following Rex Lapis's original decree.
Oops. Paimon spoke without thinking again. Oh, one more thing. That fake Adeptus has a sigil of permission. It's what he uses to exorcise demons.
Wait. Truly? Fool. Exorcising demons without exterminating them. It is no wonder they have been congregating here. If this continues, things may spiral out of even my control. We must confiscate his sigil of permission.
Confiscate, is that all? I think I would also like to teach him a lesson.
Great minds think alike! Paimon agrees. We've got to show that trickster what you get for trying to fool us. And it just so happens that we've got a real
You do not
Adeptus
mess with me when it
us
comes to
too.
knowledge about
If
magic,
Yao were to
man.
teach Star Snatcher a lesson, you can bet
I
he'll
don't
never
think
dare
he
to
will
pose
be
as an
happy for
Adeptus
that. I
ever
think that
again.
No. I only slay demons. I do not kill mortals.
okay, I think you're getting a little hasty.
Him.
It would certainly benefit Liyue if we could convince him to cease his wicked ways. I possess an art called Dream Trawler. It is normally used to separate the soul from the body, that one might cultivate oneself in a waking dream. But it can also be used to call forth the spirits of others.
Whoa.
Why did I always think I'm going to kill people? I'm only blonde. Similar to gifting dreams and vision.
A ritual must be performed for this art to be used. Assist me in gathering a few items. A censer, 7 lamps, and something to reduce the temperature.
Reduce the temperature. Oh, some mist flowers will probably do, right? But as for the censer and the 7 lamps, probably not the kinds of things they're gonna just stumble across in the wild.
Do you know of the 2 Yaksha statues that stand guard beside a merchant road on the southern face of Mount Tianheng? The ancestors of the people of Liyue built shrines there to honor the Yakshas. You should still be able to find some ceremonial items there. Once you have found them, meet me at the Yaksha statues after nightfall, and I will teach you how to use this art.
I want to go fetch a bottle of water, but I'm also scared to go out there, because I don't know what's going on out there. Well, I mean... yeah. I pressed some wrong buttons. Happy. Latern Rite. I am spreading kindness. I don't even think Will has Lantern Rite unlocked. Happy. Lantern Rite. Everyone's getting a happy Lantern Rite whether they like it or not. Okay, let's go hunt for some water. Dance, baby, boy. I have some of my friends just with V and another one with K. That's kind of funny. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, Someone just would come should have like one of my Aether account comments, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Close enough. That water tastes dirty. Like not dirty, but like don't taste holy.
The spirit soars the mountains high, while the body rests as the world goes by.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
I have to bear a sensor and some
Well,
lights.
I'll be. Isn't that something? A pair walk into a shrine, neither to seek nor worship gods or adepti, but to pilfer the tools of worship for their own ends.
we know it's rude to ask, but we just need them for a short while. Honest.
For the dream trawler ritual, I trust.
How'd you know that?
I have been in the shrine for far longer than you would expect. Perhaps as a reward for my faithfulness, I have been endowed with some understanding of the adepti arts.
Wow. Hyman's never heard of that happening before.
It matters not. Take what you need. It is a fortuitous thing that these items may be of service to you. They serve little purpose here, in any case.
You have something on your mind?
Nothing that you need concern yourself with. Please, take what you wish.
Ooh, this temple will probably have the kinds of sensors and lanterns that Xiao wanted us to pick up.
Well, we can help.
This sensor should be fine, right? At least it isn't as run down as the shrine.
He can hear us.
So next, we just need to grab the 7 star lamps, right? The sooner we start, the sooner we'll be done.
Yeah. Not gonna throw after these things. That's because that's what they are.
Hyman thinks we've got all the ones we can use now. But let's say bye to that guy before we leave, shall we? Huh? Where'd he go?
It became a
I
bird
presume
statue.
that once you had acquired what you came for, you would forget about me and simply be on your way.
Oh, oh, he actually did.
It's that guy's voice! Hello? Where are you?
My physical form ceased to exist over 1,000 years ago. What you witnessed earlier was an illusion, created by the Adepti art known as mortal lingering. Now that you have taken the 7-star lamps and censer used in the mortal lingering ritual, my form is no longer visible to you.
Sir,
I
y'all.
was once a junior in the Order of the Yakshas, bestowed with the name Pervases by Rex Lapis himself. Yet my strength failed, and I was slain in battle. Today is the anniversary of my death. My last wish was to see a modern Liyue, and so I took the liberty of performing this ritual here. That aside, you were sent here by the Conqueror of Demons, were you not?
So, you two know each other then?
I sense his aura upon you. That and the heavy burden of his karma. Even after all these millennia, he still must endure such tremendous suffering. I am truly ashamed.
Don't say that, Pervases. You sacrificed your life for Liyue, didn't you?
Life is a precious thing, yes. But when I think of the burden that the Conqueror of Demons must bear, death seems to me to have been the easy way out. A selfish indulgence, even.
Pervases.
I apologize. Birthdays are joyful occasions, but by the same token, it is hard not to be melancholy on the anniversary of one's death. The mortal lingering will not last much longer. Take care, you two. And please pass on my regards to the Conqueror of Demons.
You take care to your Perseus.
If only I could taste some authentic grilled tickerfish once more. By wave and storm I hunt for fish. By wind and snow I slay evil.
Huh? Looks like he's gone then. Paimon really hopes that at least someone will remember Pervases the Yaksha.
I
We should
will.
get going. But let's come back here and make an offering sometime.
Where do you even find Miss Flowers? Huh. And as well. And we've already started.
Let it rain.
Wind blade.
Over there for a moment, would you? Collie, you're such an interesting character, but you suck at throwing boomerangs.
A reward on the road.
Wow. Oh. Where to find mist flowers? Dawn Winery. Okay, well, the teleporters actually. Oh, is that what these are?
Hey!
Disappear.
Piss off. The Entrance Guild's affairs.
Ready, steady, go! Let's dance.
How dare you force my camera angle into such an awkward position? Hey! Oh, surely that was more than 5 seconds. Meow, meow.
The night is cold. Don't be scared.
I know the camera angle. But in here. Meow, meow. I just climb on or do you hear a meow sound?
I'll race you there. I'll protect us.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow. And maybe, or cat, maybe it's Ash. Okay, lost in the wild. Right, Len mentioned that mission earlier, didn't she? Oh, you don't have thought that we would find that cat here. Has it been hiding around here this whole time? I guess let's run her lair from the name said right here. Since it was just good to leave, it just hid. It's lucky that we came over. It might have had to wait a little longer, huh? Meow, meow, meow. Let's take the cat back to the inn. Yeah, that's all we can do right now. Return it to the person to put that commission up. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Seems so good to come with us. How did you even... Never mind, let's just bring it back to Yan. Wait. Can the traveler... like, speak to animals? Am I slow? I mean, if Venti can do it, why can't we? Bum 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 bum.
Try something new at the One Mean Restaurant.
Should I save this money or invest it?
Let me tell you.
Should I save this money or invest it? You should get back on the cracks, you fool. Yeah. Should in, yeah, we defeated an and also we found Ash. Thanks, man. You've done us a favor, so what now? This cat is. It might be Ash. Wait a minute, let me check out stages against Saloon. Let's see. This seems to be a cat we're looking for. The commissioner should be pleased. Huh. You're just in town, so you came right back. To looking for lost cats. I'm really not sure what to say. I'll write these commissions to their commissioners. Thank you very much. It's a bit less as a commission. And for doing us this favour. Simply commissioner. Commissioner sent me off. Didn't know. Take some time to contact them. So I have to take care of this rascal in the meantime. Meow meow meow. What is an Ariana? Where did she go? No relevant characters were involved in that, it was just the area. God forbid we do more than one thing at the same time. Exeo, did you bring any mail? Did you bring any mail? Exeo.
Have you gathered the items for the ritual? This sensor and these lamps. Their designs are flawless. Almost as if they were made specifically for use in the Adepti arts. Where did you come by them?
We got them from the extra name for this.
And, he says hi.
Pervases.
I've been saying this name wrong.
This does have the hallmarks of something Pervases might do. As I thought, it seems that he could not leave Liyue behind, either. I hope that its present state will allow him to rest in peace. Well then, let us begin preparing for the ritual. Place the censer in the middle, and surround it with the 7-star lamps. Adorn the area with the items of abject cold. Once this is done, we shall proceed.
Wait, this may listen to that.
Now, the next step is the key to performing Dream Trawler. There are 4 steps to performing this ritual. Offering incense, meditation, incantation, and loosing an arrow.
Seems like a real rigmarole.
Adepti arts are the product of millennia of study by Adepti. Do not dismiss their mystical workings as rigmarole.
Okay.
Failure to take this seriously could cause the technique to devour one's own body, or cause the spirit to be sundered from one's flesh permanently.
Stop talking! I'm sorry!
When offering the incense, we place the incense into the censer with reverence for Rex Lapis in our hearts. Meditation is to empty ourselves of trivial thoughts, and to focus on the target of the art we are performing. Then we shall recite the incantation in a loud voice. Devayaksha, bring forth sin! Finally, we will loose an arrow towards each of the Yaksha statues to enlist their authority for our contract. If all goes well, Star Snatcher's soul will be brought forth shortly.
Understood.
If you have no other questions, let us begin.
Okay, man. Oh, what's up there?
Then we meditate. Ugh. Paimon really doesn't want to think about that fraud.
This is not dancing. Okay. They are bringing forth sin.
Bring forth sin! It looks like the Yaksha statues are glowing at the waist. So we just fire 1 arrow each at the glowing parts, right? We finished the ritual! And we followed all the instructions to the letter.
Did we?
close enough.
Okay.
Leave the rest to me. You two get ready to greet him.
Where is one? Huh? You two look familiar. What's with one's body? One feels light, weightless.
Guess what? You're already dead.
Dead? Impossible. One was just lying in peaceful repose at Wangshu Inn. Wait, that must be it. Of course it must. As expected of an adeptus such as oneself. One must indeed be in a dream.
There's no helping this guy, is there?
Oh, you're not dreaming. Dreamers, after all, feel their pain.
Huh? What is the meaning of this? Do you truly think that one will permit such insolence in one's own dreams?
Alright, time to take him down a peg.
Such impertinence. Where are one's followers? Hey, stop it! Stop it! Please stop! I surrender! I surrender!
Oh? Are you still going to do this one self-song and dance?
No! No, never again. You almost killed me. Oh, how did I ever have the misfortune to meet you two? Please, Great Adepti, spare my life. I won't do this ever again, I swear it.
We did call your spirit here, but we're not Adepti. He, however, is.
You deceive the masses with quackery, masquerade as an adeptus, exorcise demons without exterminating them, and display a callous lack of regard for life. One day, you will reap that which you have sown. For those who invite the infernal into their lives, there is no redemption.
Oh.
Seems like Xiao's got him scared stiff.
Oh, great Adeptus. Might I ask your name?
He is Conqueror of Demons.
It's you. It's truly you. Never in my life did I imagine that I might meet the Conqueror of Demons, the vigilant Yaksha himself.
You know about Xiao?
Of course. My grandfather was a folklorist. I learned the tales of the Conqueror of Demons at his knee. To this day, I am an avid collector of books concerning the Yakshas. But ever since I discovered a sigil of permission while rummaging through my grandfather's personal effects, at first, I was just imitating the Adepti for fun. Slowly, I began to stray further and further from the righteous path.
Huh. So to sum you up, you're Xiao's biggest fan?
Yes. Thank you both for allowing me to witness the Conqueror of Demons in the flesh. It's like a dream come true.
That wasn't quite our intention.
Please allow me to swear this oath before the great Conqueror of Demons. I swear to turn away from evil, to live an honest life, and to never again stain the name of the Adepti.
I will remember your oath. Now go.
Thank you. 1,000 thanks for your forgiveness, and for all that you have done for Leah.
He seemed very earnest when he was making that oath there. Guess he won't be tricking anyone anymore. Oh, wait. We haven't gotten the sigil of permission back yet. Let's head over to Wangshu Inn first thing tomorrow and look for him.
I am not red. I am not yellow, nor am I green.
Hey there, boss. Star Snatcher's staying here, right?
Star Snatcher. You mean the false Adeptus who wore a mask? He signed in here under the name Wong Ping An.
So really you're the right person after all.
He's already checked out. He said he wished to go on a solo pilgrimage. Ah, yes. He also requested that I give this letter to a traveler who journeys together with a talking fairy, should they come asking for him.
Talking fairy? Who's that?
Well, anyway, you must be a traveler. Here's the letter.
How strange that he would leave a letter for us. Is this the final attempt to fool us, maybe? Come on, open it. Paimon's curious. Huh? Seems like he actually left us a few nice trinkets. Along with... Woohoo! The sigil of permission!
By the time you
Paimon's
see this
met a guy
letter,
like him in a long time.
I will have embarked upon my journey on self-improvement. I regret that I cannot apologize to the two of you in person, but I hope that you will forgive me. Since the conqueror of demons appeared to me in a dream, I have not slept. My nights have been spent thinking about how I may fulfill my vow. Not only have I deceived you two, but I've also exploited the hopes and dreams of my believers. People in dire straits oft become weak, thirsting blindly after something to believe in. With my lies I brought them false salvation, while the true desires grew further and further away. I know, when that long-gone era, the desires of mankind were not as complicated as they have now become. The conqueror of demons shielded the desires of light his people as he contended with demons wearing his mask. He concealed the weakness brought by human desire. Yeah. As a false adeptus, I am one who always wears a mask. A true adeptus only needs to wear it when facing demons. If I wear a mask to hide the evil that has corrupted my heart, the conqueror of demons wears a mask to hide the part of him that is human. And yet he wears the face of a demon king, only that he might subdue humans. Once I had realized all this, I became deeply aware of my own ugliness, and I understood what it truly meant to be an adeptus. I set off on this journey over hill and river, strengthening my body and spirit, not because I harbor any paraphernalia atoning for my sins. I do it only to earn the right to be counted among the believers of the adepti. I've already asked someone to return the money I cheated others of. A few goods remain in my possession, but they are of no use to me on my journey of self-improvement. Please take them. Please take the sigil of permission that my grandfather left me as well. I am no longer worthy of it. I wish that you will be granted that which you desire, when we meet again, Wang Yan, a sinner. I'm actually quite touched. This is all thanks to Xair.
Anyway, let's go take the sigil of permission to Xiao, shall we?
That's how you pronounce his name? I'm a native English teacher, excuse me, sorry.
Let me guess
Xiao,
where you're from.
Xiao, 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 Xiao. Okay, I think I got it. Xiao. Let's Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. I'm sitting down.
There you are! We got the sigil of permission back. Do you want to take it?
You have my thanks.
May I take your order, sir?
One grilled tickerfish.
We'll prepare it for you immediately.
No almond tofu this time? Well, that's not like Xiao.
Tickerfish was Pervasi's favorite dish. I just wanted to see how it tastes.
Huh.
By wave and storm I hunt for fish. By wind and snow I slay evil. Was there anything else? I am accustomed to eating alone.
We'll leave you be alone.
And so, Detective Paimon and the
Please,
trusty traveler
you are not a
solved the
detective.
case and quietly slipped away.
I'm sorry, I know we just got told to leave you alone. Yeah, seems to be a bit awesome fun lines, best we don't disturb him. But I do wanna check. Yippee-oh! Yippee-oh! Yippee-sa! I don't understand how to play this event. I don't understand anything. I've never been here before. Why do you have another world quest?
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commission. Ad Astra.
Oh. That's awkward. Seems like nobody can get to the bottom of it. The bottom of what? Quickly, this room is about a rumor about treasure. That's what Adventurer said that he found. Due to a treasure in the vicinity of Tranquil Valley, but simply couldn't be. And he gave a booking and reported it to Pagoda San Abigail. It's offering a road to anyone about herself, Mr. Mysteriously. Your chance to give it a go control over. So it takes them. If they solve a riddle and find a treasure, the guild will offer a reward. So if anybody has even found a trace of the treasure, can I try? Oh, if you think you're up to it. You really are interested, there's no harm in giving it a go. I feel like I should mention him before the month for your friend, you can go take a look. Oh, it's a question. Oh, custom gift envelope number 1. Yeah, everything you what I told you to do, and then you get this Always being alone in events anyway. I've never seen this guy before, but he smells like my favorite faction. Huh, this doesn't seem right either. These gift envelopes are really hard. Micah, are you making gift envelopes? Traveler, what a coincidence. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Are you here to celebrate Latern Rite? Oh, no. I came to deliver a letter and just so happened to be during Latern Rite. Leah said she really wanted a Latern Rite gift envelope. So I thought about buying one to take back. Imagine my surprise when I found out you have to make them yourself. I spent a long time trying to make one, but it still feels off for some reason. Can't tell where I went wrong. Why didn't you just take Clay with you? Yeah. I baited to do it. Get him out of that mountain. Let me think about it for a second. Can you give me some advice on how to improve? Have your companions complete their gift envelopes to the downside of the situation until you're cracking these companions will use the rest of the time to proceed. What has been accepted by a companion hunting process is complete. Editing in process. It would be great if we could add a bit of color. Maybe an orange or yellow theme would work. Yellow. This color looks great. There, I make one like this myself. Wow, it's beautiful. So well made. You did it so fast. You're amazing, Traveler. Oh no, surely get going. I need to report back to the night. Thanks for the help, Traveler. Took labeled off the envelope. But why don't I just babysit Cleet? She's a child. Why is she a knight? Can I make more? Latern Rite is so strange to me, I'm not gonna lie. Greetings, are you here to we'll find a room for the night? Who are you? I'm doing wonderful service stuff here in the Bedroom Guest House. It's your sorry, I'm just one of the serving staff, nothing special. But sometimes I switch places with my twin sister. Please don't be unsettled. You have a twin sister! Do you know where mine is? 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 Oh,
welcome. Please take a seat.
yeah, that's the only reason I'm gonna bother with this. 257.59. That's the only thing I'm gonna get. Okay, that's another limited time mod quest. Drills by my plate. I might be alone, but I can have fun. Michigan. Surely that sergeant isn't the only one in charge. Well, good luck to them. And I'm gonna need it. Something the matter? Huh? Oh, it's you, Traveler. Phew. What's up? You scared me there. I thought the sergeant had got mad for if he had ever heard me get dragged away from my training. You guys still have to train? Well, the bigger the festival, the busier we are. With harbor excursion, there are many tourists coming in from all over the world. To maintain order and to everyone's safety, the Mill has set up quite a few mobile units both in the city and in the wilderness. Yeah, you know what a mobile unit is? Just think of a team of Miller soldiers who might help wherever they go. As long as you need help, just run to a squad and ask for assurance and they'll lend a hand. Whether you're in danger, lost something, or even got lost yourself, just go ask them for help. Since we need to cover such a large area, our sergeant has even made up reserve units that were originally in standby for training. Those reserve units were made up of rookies who haven't had much training, so sergeant should why not hold a temporary training event after individual skill level. I heard that particular sergeant is really tough. Anyone who's been trained can't help but shiver when hearing his name. You fund the go on his training too? I suppose you could say that his training is actually really effective, but my legs turn into jelly at the mere thought of it. To give it a try. During my training, I heard him mention your name a lot. He said you're not only a master of tactical employment, but also excel at hand-to-hand combat. Is it fucking Kazuha? Or you in the training? You're definitely up from us all. I'd love to give it a try. Can I shoot this way? You're in need of a hero, Leeway. Then please follow me. And Drew's by left, you must look. think that's Stranger's and Trinity. I'm not. My characters. How do I? Why do I have to get so proud for the mental sense of I am? Nance's blessing. How have I gone in there? Right now that's useless, I don't have a shield. And let's just start anyway. Cool.
Disappear! Shadow the past. Mine to command. I got him cornered.
Scared, speechless. Forever hold your peace. No escape.
Target acquired.
Bet you can't keep up with me. Bow before your king. The dead would blaze in dragon fire. Let it rain.
I got him cornered. Wind blade. For the Lord of the Night.
Glory to which none can compare. Especially not when I'm in a bad mood. No one escapes my insect.
Target acquired.
Cool, I think I did good. I like the envelope thing there. Talk to Isn't it? Inazuma. If you don't know, we will be going to Inazuma soon. I should probably take a look at the other emblems first. Oh, Sheffield, it's been a while. Why do you look so surprised? Why do you look so surprised? I just didn't expect to see where like me and joining Latern Rite. I've ever seen you relax. Tenure commission bears a great deal of responsibility to people. As a member, I cannot afford to relax most of the time. As people think of me as a single-minded warrior, completely out of place on a fast and retired neighborhood like Hamakazuka. Letting them go means allowing climbers to through. That is not only a deterrent to my duty, but also the America as a whole. The best I can do is take advantage of my spare moment. With any sort of that comes my way. Apologies, I shouldn't be talking about this. That's a serious matter during the holidays. I'm trying to make a gift envelope, but I'm not quite coming to go. Perhaps you could give me some advice? Sure, let me think about it for a second. Flowers would make a lovely theme, I suspect. Flowers. Oh, actually. Very fitting. I see. This method produced a great result. I appreciate the help. This souvenir really makes your trip worthwhile. My thanks. For next time you visit Inzoomer, I'll treat you to a round of tea. Oh yeah, well I'm going next up that, so that better be for real. Is there a third? Not you, but I've taken that will be soon. Dear Traveller, I am not well versed in the writing of gift envelopes, but Master told me that I need only half of my heartfelt blessings. As I was reading a book that Zingling lent me a few days back, I came across a few lines that I like very much, so I copied them down to offer to you. Winter wanes on a wager for lanterns of spring's inception, land beneath bathed in a lush green here. How does one part with such tender sentiments? Fine as silk threads, boundless as the ocean waves. I wish you a happy Latern Rite, Applesafer. Hey! My best buddy receiver. May everything go as you desire. Huh. I can't read. Happy Latern Rite. May your wishes come true. Oh, that's cool. So that's like one side of public. Then I need with envelope. Please ensure that you follow our terms of service. Don't worry. I'm a very good person and I hate breaking rules. Can I undo? I can. Get it off. Oh. That's how you do that. I haven't banned that guy in chat yet. There we go. That's been banned. So there's AFL. Is there a Lumine one as well? Yours truly. Can I make them smaller? May everything go as you desire. No, to the stars which lie on a distant horizon. Let's continue our adventures together next year. Happy New Year. Yeah, because it feels weird because they don't call it New Year in Universe, I don't think. Happy Latern Rite. May everything go as you desire. Can only press up to 5 with this 20th. Ah well. I don't even want to see if there is one that says best wishes, because that's what I would say. Yours truly. Isn't this a flower in Lumine's hair? No, that would be this. Maybe I've been saying. And, you know, because I actually used this character, I think it fits with what I've written on it. I'm just a game full of the game. That I mean, so I'm happy with the characters I have already. I've walked past you, haven't I? That's the nearest restaurant. Out up there. Maybe. I mean, I'm actively growing more and more delirious. There you are. Hi. Oh, where should I go next? So close to the lamp. Hopefully. Yeah, but there's some blippers for you. I'm confused. Eh. Good night. How do I do this thing? Wait, so then... So I guess you can't use envelope blessings? I have a Paimon. That floating makes a little bit of sense at least. Flower. Diamond. Other flower. I don't know. She's an outrider, she goes in the wild over time. Amber with one of these. Who knows it's in here? Which one had the exclamation mark? Maybe it has a question mark. Okay, I guess. Damn. I'm gonna go with yes to this being that flower in Lemmion's hair. Yes, that would certainly. And why it seems to be the traveler's wait, Sam, let you know. And how the fuck? You know what? Just that. What do you want from me? Wow, a gift envelope, thank you. Yes, apparently. Good for. You're here for the festival specifically? Sure, Jane said we worked really hard this year. She thinks we all deserve a break, so she said the rotating calendar for us to take time off. Yella and I got out to in the last couple of days, so we came to Lee Harbor as soon as we heard about the festivities. No luck of hassle and bustle or fun things to do on the streets, huh? Yeah, we spent a lot of time roaming around the city. We just split off so we could get souvenirs for everyone at the Knights of Favonius. But it was the other way around. I thought it would have done a surfer fan for Jean, a teacup for Lisa, a kite for Claire. Oh, and this is for you. Grilled tiger fish. It's super delicious. Here, try some. I just brought it, so it's still warm. Maybe before it gets cold, I'm gonna keep shopping, okay? Fan, teacup, kite. What am I missing? Alright, jewelry. Okay! We're going to do it again so I can give you... Hey, you know what? We could just glide to Munset right now. Of course you would think that. It's the only one I use and I gave them that. And I deserve it. She deserves it for not explaining. Bruh. Friend. friend. 2. Oh, screw you. Yes, it can. It will be. You're the only kind that matters. Oh my fucking god. This is the worst part of this event, honestly. Oh, those ones are locked. Where's Ela? No, here we go again. Hi.
This should be enough.
Oh, you speak. This is for you, by the way. Oh.
This is for me? Thank you. This is the first time I've received something like this.
I know, I'm the only one who uses letters and letters.
I didn't expect to run into you here. Amber and I just split up to go shopping. We're bringing back gifts for everyone at the Knights of Favonius.
What did you
Some
get?
small trinkets and toys. Oh, and some tea for Jean. It's from Chaoying Village.
I see.
I heard that tea also has an energizing effect, so I thought it might be a nice change of pace for her. Still, the brewing process for this kind of tea is pretty complicated. The vendor had to spend a lot of time explaining it to me. Thankfully, I already knew a bit about tea etiquette, so I caught on relatively quick. Here, this tea cake is for you. It's from Chaoying Village. Amber really liked it, so I decided to buy some. We're going to check out the Mingxiao Lantern later. Maybe we'll ask someone to take a picture for us. I would do it myself, but unfortunately, neither of us brought a camera.
You know, I should have figured this, realized that before, but I just like the way that they're treating the Traveler like an actual knight, even though they're technically not, because they're only an honorary knight. You're right, we'll keep everything close. We're having a good old time, a good splendid time. Lively time, and have I hit you before? I'm gonna hit on this coin now. Knights of Avernus feel like it would be the Traveler's alignment if it wasn't for the Adventurous Guilds existing. Sino's up next. Oh, that's an interesting place to be, Miss Sino. And this is a good time to figure out how duplicates are going to be treated. I want to start doing that. Will Sino be voice? That is the question. It's like gambling. Again, what is in Spreader Strike? I hope they all move over slowly. It is just cool that we have some voice already.
Gift envelopes. Gift envelopes.
This is for you.
Oh. Thank you. A happy Latern Rite.
Same to you.
What's with the look on your face?
You seem quiet today.
No, not at all. I'm just following local customs.
Huh? What local customs?
Well, considering your gift, I thought it best not to push the envelope.
Yeah, okay, let's make one for Teneri. I would have made a special one for Amber if... Well, I did make a special one for Amber, I just wasn't able to give it to her. The receiver. The stars in which lie in the distant horizon. I'm not stacking it. One, two, three, four. Five. Yours truly. How can I make it so an area is at home? Ain't good enough. The ducks. Oh, I got a response. Oh, wow.
Why not treat yourself to a...
Imagine having friends and watching this together. That'd be awesome. What should I get? I need some bluffers for you. Ah, didn't expect to see you, traveler. Thank you for this envelope. It's lovely. Enjoying the festival? So I know I had a great time. We had a lot of musical show and brought quite a few guests. Fortunately, the harbor is a little too busy this time of year. I stay around the commotion for too long. My ears start to hurt. So I came over here for a break. Someone said he needed to be alone more hour. Think about something. He came up with another joke. You tell Tenari about Sana's envelope broke. No surprise there. Thanks for the warning, traveler. At least I can mentally prepare myself this time. Even for the envelope. It's lovely. I'll take good care of it. Oh no, it should be one more. Oh yeah, I spoke to that one briefly. This one's classic. I landed laughing. Yeah. Here is she. I haven't noticed it before.
The design of this lantern is exquisite. Definitely worth the trip. Oh, for me? Thank you. Ah, lovely detail around the border. Looks like you put a lot of care into this. Thank you.
Not really.
I'll take good care of it. By the way, do you know who designed this lantern? It's beautiful. And the way the light shines through is so imaginative. Huh. I wonder if the design took inspiration from some of Liyue's ancient legends. I feel like I've seen a similar pattern in a book before. Oh, I'd love to speak with the person who made it. I might even get some ideas for a new collection along the way. All right, I'm going to ask around.
Oh, okay, neat. So that's all of that. Please ring time charms final stanza. What is final stanza? Already done. You know what to come up. What's this? Launch room number 2. I wanna go to that. I can't see it. Sightseeing to your one of these things, right?
Is this an answer from this world?
Oh, here it is. Hey, even this load is part of the festivities. What time is it in 10 hours? Six AM. I'm taking back to the man. Except for on good half, good fortune. And yeah. Oh. That's one of the shot. And yes, please let this guy say. Yeah. Maybe sort of some point I'm not hang out with Granny, you know? Okay, we gotta get more into the mainland, I think, for the excellent stuff. Oh, now that's what I'm talking about, beautiful. Okay, it was pretty when I was running. Sightseeing spot. Makes sense to be on places. Perhaps down. Oh, that's cool. There's another one, that's a thing. I've hit this one before. And this smells hard, gosh. Goodness. Ah. Play custom. Surely it's near this one, right? Wrong one.
I'll keep this close. Windblade!
Damn. Really thought that bell would ring. Oh, right there. Alright. I'm gonna keep this fun, but I'm gonna end this stream now. Goodbye, chat. I'm well, no, actually I'm gonna go do some stuff. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I don't know what I clicked on. It was something I clicked on. Oh yeah, no, I don't know where my water is. There it is. Oops. Anyway. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Let's take up this desk. Hey, what? What are we doing? Oh, we have the Wild West to do with the. That makes sense. Copied it down. Wonderful. There you go. Sure. I'm here. Yeah, quiet down Louis Harbor. I just want to cancel the navigation, honestly. I don't care about any of you guys' problems, I'm gonna lie. There we go. Let's go brief the bug Kaya. I'm so much less than everyone I know. That sucks.
Would you two like to order some food? What can I get you? If you're looking for recommendations, today's special is the tandoori roast chicken.
We're looking for tickets.
Bear with us a moment. We're just going to take a look at the menu.
How do you become friends with
I
Gabriel?
was at Port Ormos discussing some business opportunities, and some crook was trying to pull a fast one on me. Darbil took pity on me and politely asked him to make himself scarce. He's a good guy. A decent storyteller, too. Quite an interesting character. There's a lot of fun to be had if you hang around interesting people doing interesting things. Especially if you're in the company of an interesting friend. That's my secret formula for staying in a good mood. Try it out sometime. You'll see what I mean.
Okay,
Thanks for
Albert
waiting.
Rich.
We're ready to order now. We'll take you up on that tandoori roast chicken. And let's throw in some desserts, too. One each of the rose custard, that tulumba, and the patisara pudding, please. That should see us through the show.
Where is he? Where is he? No, seriously, I don't know which direction I'm going to go in.
We've got good seats, close to the stage, but also not too crowded. We can watch the show as we eat. If I remember correctly, the next scene should focus on the prince. But I won't spoil it for you. You have to experience it for yourself.
Sounds like this shirt has made quite an impression on you.
You could say that. It's always stayed with me because it's hammered home a cruel but realistic truth. People do not choose where and when to be born. Yet the circumstances of their birth define the choices that they will have for the rest of their life.
Here you are. The check's on the table, too. Just call me over when you're ready to settle up.
No need. I'll pay up front. Here. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir. Oh, but this is too generous.
Call it a token of my gratitude for the excellent service. The food all smells wonderful, too. So please pass my compliments to the chef.
Thank you so much, sir.
Let's dig in, traveler.
Hey, Kaya. I'm so sorry, but the actor who plays the prince has run into some difficulties and won't be able to make it. We can't do the rest of the show without him, so I'm really, really sorry, but we'll have to call the show right here.
Can you use it on this study? Okay, fill in for him?
Ooh, that would be fun. I wouldn't say no.
I was just kidding.
Darbil, would you lose any income if I were to mess this up?
Not really. I mean, there's not much of an audience here anyway. I wouldn't want to take too much of your time, though.
Don't worry about that. I like to be spontaneous now and then. Spice things up a little.
Let me think. Well, you already know the story, so you just need to memorize a few lines. Huh, you know what? This might actually work. Ah, wait, but Kubot has a specific costume he's supposed to wear, and there's no way you'd fit into it. Switching actors is one thing, but wearing street clothes on stage would really ruin the immersion. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work.
Well, good thing that I've actually got a costume with me. It goes pretty well with your stage, too.
You're kidding. Can you show it to me?
Sure. If you can show me the way to your changing room.
It's in the restaurant. Follow me.
Gotta say, I think I actually look pretty dapper in this. It's a pity I don't have many opportunities to wear it in public.
You're such a chef, but you do look pretty good.
Uh-oh, not a fan of me as a prince? I'll have to act my heart out so you'll be too dazzled to make any digs.
Good luck with
Kaya,
that.
here's your script for the next scene. It's not too long, but you also don't have very long to prepare. Do you think you can memorize your lines in time?
Only one way to find out.
Okay, I think we've covered all your lines and movements on stage. You haven't had long to prepare, so don't worry about forgetting your lines. We'll remind you.
All right, I'm good to go.
Great. Then let's get this show on the road.
What happened to Paimon?
General Kubot, son of Kabus, the fate of this battle is clear. I beg you, please spare my few remaining men. They no longer have the strength to fight back.
Frasyav, though you now lead only the husk of a once mighty army, I have no desire to crush your dignity. Even your most savage warriors have no desire to see further bloodshed, and none among your ranks have opposed these peace talks. Nevertheless, I must hear it from you one final time. General Frasyav, do you agree to sign a treaty in good faith and commit from this day forth to peace between our nations?
With my army in ruins, I am in no position to do otherwise, but on this, I give you my word. Yes, let us end our hostilities and send our surviving men home to their families.
We share the desire to lay down our arms for good and liberate our hearts from the dirge of hatred. Then as God above is our witness, by the authority vested in me by this intaglio of King Caboose, I hereby declare that I will spare your hostages and what remains of your army. May peace be restored to this land, and may these fields of war become a place where crops grow aplenty. My tutor, Gundafar, has already made haste to my father, the king, with the recommendation of a truce. It is my sincere hope that he will see that peace as a path to prosperity and grant me his blessing.
Prince Kubad, your name is renowned throughout your land and ours. I will place my hope in your words.
One will find on a battlefield no master of ceremonies, nor the paper on which a treaty may be signed. In their absence, let us raise our weapons and swear an oath. I, Kubad, son of Caboose, hereby pledge protection to you and all of your kin. May the oceans be stained red with my blood if I am ever to renounce this oath.
Wow, your friend is so dreamy. He's not a real prince by any chance, is he? Hey, Rashana, you don't want to miss this. The good-looking guy who left that huge tip is acting on stage with Darbel's troupe.
Darbel's one lucky man.
I return, Your Highness. I hope I'm not too late. Have you already promised peace to Frasyov?
Nay, I am not so rash as to preempt my father's blessing. I promised only what I could so far, the safety of his kin.
My child, I must share with you the gravest news. Caboose has become blinded by fanaticism and hatred, and will stop at nothing to vanquish every last man under Frasyov's lead.
How can this be? You mean to say that my father has rejected our proposal for peace?
He has indeed. I urged him to reconsider, and for this I was rebuked and dismissed from his service. But far stricter punishment than this awaits you, should you return home with your troops. Please heed my warnings, dear child. I dare not imagine what unspeakable atrocities your father intends to commit.
Nay, the truce must stand. I cannot renounce my oath. How can man claim to stand above beast without remaining true to his word? The masses have grown weary of death and conflict, in both our nation and theirs. Are we all now to bend to his will, and massacre countless more to satisfy a desire that is his alone? When I departed my beloved home to fight in a foreign land, I did so to honor his wishes, and for my duty to our people. Alas, is this fate's grand design? Is this fate's grand design?
Kaya, the next line is, alas, is this fate's grand design, that I should spend the rest of my days in a foreign land, till I am laid to rest in a grave far from home?
Must it be so?
Huh? Wait, that's not part of the script. Kaya, did you not hear me?
My dear audience, I ask you this. Do you believe in fate?
Why is he breaking the whole
If fate decreed that your life was to end in tragedy, what would you do?
What's this? How did he serve in front of me? Yeah, no, man, my entire thing is challenging fate. Take this back.
Then so must it be. Yes, so must it be. I shall discard this intaglio and rid myself of the shackles of fate.
Wait, but that's not... my dear prince, do you intend to betray your father and abandon your heritage?
Fate means to send the machinations of war to every corner of the land, to fan the flames of conflict till they engulf the entire world. Fate would see my sword tainted with the blood of innocence, that the bright banner of my homeland might fly in every nation known to mankind. But I shall not bow to the will of fate. I am no pawn in heaven's plan.
Bravo! Where did this guy come from? Is he one of the new hires?
Shut up. Stop interrupting.
I, Kubad, will spend the rest of my days in a foreign land till I breathe my last in a place far from home.
Oh, at least he brought it back in the end.
Prince Kubad, my child, there is no need to be rash. Please bring at least your fortune and the retainers who will always be loyal to you.
Gundafar, my dear mentor, you have always been like a father to me. It brings me only anguish to bid you farewell. But I must walk this path, or freedom dies by my hand. Goodbye, my tribe and kin. Farewell, sweet land of my birth.
Goodbye, my child.
What the hell, man?
Ooh, it's Prince Kubad. Could I please get your autograph?
Why, certainly, ma'am.
Ooh, thank you. I'll just go find a pen.
I want an autograph too.
Just an autograph? Well, you can get one of those at any time. Acting is quite fun. If there ever came a day when I left the Knights of Favonius, I think I might go into acting full-time.
Darbil, could you introduce me to this young man?
Ah, my apologies, Master Toos. I somehow missed you in the crowd earlier.
I was some distance away. I just came over near the end after I noticed a large crowd gathered around the stage. The performance was outstanding across the board. I knew that the poor turnout over the past few days was just bad luck. It was only ever a matter of time before you hit it big. The improvised section was particularly good. I think you could include some improvisation as a staple in future performances. As for the prop he threw, no need to get it back. It's fairly cheap anyway.
Thank you, sir. And a big thanks also to our wonderful prince. Had Kaya not agreed to fill in, we might have disbanded right on the spot.
Kaya, was it? Well, young man, I must say, you've made quite the impression on me. My caravan is always loaded with the finest food and wines. You're welcome to visit at any time.
Thank you for the invite, sir, but I'm afraid I've reached the end of my time in Sumeru. I'm sure that my friends and family in Mondstadt must be missing me terribly.
Well then, consider it an open invitation. Once you've been bitten by the travel bug, my friend, you'll be getting itchy feet again before too long. My door is always open. If you're ever interested, please ask Darbil to reach out to me. Darbil, we can continue discussions on the sponsorship once you've wrapped up today's show. I'm going back to the inn.
Thank you so much, Master Toos. I'll see you shortly. Seriously, Kaya, thank you for bailing me out again. You're a good guy. May the gods bless you. You know, you should stay for a few more days. I owe you a meal at the very least.
Darbil, Asgar is back. He lost track of time playing Genius Invocation TCG. You've got to sort him out.
Genius Invocation again? Ah, that does it. That kid's not getting away with it this time. Now, please excuse me, Kaya. I will be right back.
Sure, there's no rush. Okay, I think they're all gone. Let's slip away now while we can. All right, this should be far enough. Don't think they'll find me here.
When are you going to sign some
We're
autographs?
starting to expect a lot of things that I didn't sign up for. Besides, the missing actor is back now. Darbil shouldn't be needing me to stand in again. I don't mind socializing, but compared to chatting over food and drink, I much prefer just going wild on the stage. What about you? Did you enjoy the show?
I wasn't expecting that in bro section. This last curious to know what was going for your landing stage.
I was expecting a lengthier critique, but you've thrown the question right back at me. Sneaky. All right, I'll rise to your challenge. Let me think. All the world's a stage, and all the people merely players. Does that answer your question? Perhaps there's an inept god out there deciding everyone's fates, much like the academia student drafting Darbill's scripts. Yeah, inept is a good word for it. Honestly, it might even be a little too civil to describe a god who turns fathers against their sons and is bent on endless warmongering, don't you think? Anyway, that's exactly why actors need to wake up and realize they don't have to follow the script. There's nothing to stop them from following their gut and making it up as they go along.
Does this inept god really exist?
Oh, my dear traveler, please don't take me too literally. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. The god is just a figure of speech. The real point I'm making is about the actors. Everyone, you and I included, is both an actor and a member of the audience. If you don't like the script, just walk off the stage and join the audience. You always have a choice.
That sounds difficult.
A little too obtuse? Well, don't dwell on it. It's nothing worth losing sleep over. I was just thinking aloud. Relax. Be yourself. Do your thing. That's all I'm really trying to say. When I did my little bit of audience interaction back there, you had no time to prepare. You had to just say what you thought in the moment. I think those spontaneous thoughts are often the most authentic. And that's why I liked your answer. You're still holding on to the intaglio I threw you from the stage, right? Keep it. Think of it as a souvenir from my improvised performance. It's been the most fascinating day, hasn't it, little birdie?
So, must it be? So must it be? Let's go back to Louis Harbor. Longitude 1, not yet visited. That's and this one I get the teleport too. I'll give it a try.
got him cornered.
Let's ransom that one enemy for that one Power Ranger damn.
Shadow of the past, mine to command.
Submit your soul in sacrifice. No escape.
Locked on. Target acquired.
Oh, glory!
My mistake.
In dragon fire. No one escapes my sight.
Yeah, no, that's the last one that has to go this time. Yeah, no, I did. Let's go. Let's go there.
For the Lord of the Night.
The dead would blaze in dragon fire. Burn it all. No escape.
I got him cornered.
Bow before your king. The glory. No one escapes my sight there. Especially not when I'm in a bad mood.
Disappear.
Measly insect.
Target acquired.
Alexa, shut up.
I got him cornered. Shadow of the past, mine to command.
The dead would blaze in dragon fire. No escape.
Locked up.
I have to win.
No one escapes my sight.
I got him cornered.
Oh, glory! Dead would blaze in dragon fire.
Wind blade. Locked on.
No escape.
Yeah, no, I did it wrong this time. I'm not gonna my loss. That's what I like to do.
Let it rain.
Target acquired. Ha! For the Lord of the Night.
The dead would blaze in dragon fire. No one escapes my sight.
I got him cornered.
I need to surpass that. Alright, I'll do one more, and then I'll cover with you.
No escape. No one escapes my sight.
Wind blade. Target acquired. For the Lord of the Night.
Submit your souls in sacrifice. Scared, speechless.
With the wind.
Forever hold. Let's dance. Let it rain.
Shadow of the past. Mine to command.
The dead would blaze in dragon.
Locked on. Wind blade.
Come on, we can do it.
I got him cornered.
Oh, glory! Your soul.
I feel like that's the best I'm gonna get. I need to go brush my teeth, so. I'll do that. Alright, I haven't given an interesting teapot. What's this? Oh, let's do some custom purses.
Homes are a requirement for locomotion on land.
Auto reconfiguration is an essential function. Best Lee food in town. So, are you buying or not?
Homes are a requirement for locomotion on land.
Best of everything. Oh, it's here. You wanna get the... There's one, I'm not sure on this one. What a... Just look at my map here, or not.
So lively! This is how a festival should be.
Where's the engine cleaner? Am I gonna be off that? Oh.
So lively! This is how a festival should be. So lively! This is how a festival should be.
I think people misunderstand what it means to be the beloved of God. Especially when it comes to Vendia.
Brain fog. My mind's gone completely blank.
Work has been so much less demanding since my transfer. Work has been so much less demanding
Brain
since my
fog.
transfer.
My mind's gone completely blank.
Why am I walking around like this? Allow direct join. I am the only English speaking person here. Not English speaking person, but... Oh, hi James. James. By default, let me in. Have I done this one already? Or half of the hymn show? What's the future one to me? I don't want to hurt my story. This would happen, I would have followed my dreams. Are you tired? We should prepare management for it and say I have nothing to do when they dock. I'm so busy, I never got a wink to sleep, so I decided to continue my study running from now on, otherwise I'd be out. The busy parent head, so yeah. Bit of a strange occupation. And this trip is rather busy, but being with you to mean that less money to be made. It's life is just a predictions to think for that number of mentions. And have to see us comparing yes, you know, near since actors has led to this must be another rest of these restaurant. Alright. Actually, let's go finish the Kazakh's request. Just because we're here, really. I really end up very open with those. Fine, whatever.
Ah, if it isn't Kaede Harakazuha. What brings you here today?
Huh? You two know each other?
Not
Yes,
surprised.
the Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the two clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my respects. Let me quickly explain. The Raiden Gokaden was the collective term for the 5 most acclaimed bladesmithing arts in Inazuma. The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the almighty Shogun, and over time, further honed and enhanced by the most talented craftsmen. Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the bladesmithing trade. Today, only the Amenoma clan has kept its art alive.
So sad.
It is a great pity indeed. In the old days, we each had our specialties, and just as iron sharpens iron, so too did we learn much from each other. As an example, the Amenoma art strives to emulate the abiding patience and determination of water, as it turns stone to sand. There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out, until both body and mind have memorized the craft, turning each motion of every technique into an intrinsic part of the bladesmith's life. As for the art of the Kaedehara clan, I believe it's called the Ishin art.
That's right. Ishin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind from the moment that forging begins. For only a blade thus forged can capture
I haven't
and
been
convey
listening.
its
What are we
maker's
talking
thoughts
about?
and feelings, and eventually become an extension of its wielder's will.
Indeed. Most samurai choose their blades, but an Ishin blade chooses its owner. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaedehara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan. But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryo Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it. but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryo Commission.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a great gift. I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that. The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse, and neither of them came back.
A fire?
Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind, so nobody knows what really happened.
Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing, and can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person we are looking for, he attacked this friend of mine. Based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
What? No. Absolutely impossible. Yuya is not that kind of person. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. He has never gotten into a fight before.
Is that so?
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But, with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear, with neither farewell nor fair warning. I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced, or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me. Anyway, should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Listening together. The info from the Nagato family.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato household.
Alright, let's go. Boom. Oh. Answer me this, Outlander.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation. We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions about your family's current situation?
For example, Paimon's struggling to understand why a collector would be strapped for Mora.
That's a long story. Ever since I've known him, he's been an avid collector of all sorts of things. He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited they made him, I was happy to believe that they were just extremely important to him. Everything was fine when we first got married, but as time went by, things changed for the worse.
Uh-oh, what happened?
He lost his sense of restraint. He started buying more and more things, and even resorted to borrowing money just so he could pay for them. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse, admiring his weapons even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. Just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him, but making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Whoa!
Wow.
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family?
It's important to set boundaries.
Had I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. I understand. Amin Omayuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out at the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price. But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument.
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire, and he's got no way to pay off our debts.
Perhaps.
Even though I'm still a little mad at him, we're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. There could be more to this situation than meets the eye. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests Amenoma Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to start an argument. This situation is getting a little confusing.
A little confusing? More like completely mystifying.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned. Rest assured, we'll notify you if we find anything.
Thank you so much. I just want him to come home.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, Paimon was thinking that maybe someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and,
An oil lamp?
Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
The mess amplifier was deliberately used to hide the truth.
Interesting explanation. I was also considering this possibility. Amenoma Yuya is an expert on swords. He could have noticed some problematic details about Mr. Nagato's collectibles. Maybe he recognized a blade as a fake, or a well-known stolen item. Either way, after arguing about it, the two men agreed to hide the truth of this matter. They thought a fire would destroy everything. But then the Tenryo Commission began investigating and uncovered some incriminating details, so they fled to protect their secrets. But it's a far-fetched theory. I can't imagine how they would have been able to reach an agreement. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict. Mr. Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
It also doesn't seem connected to the case of the attacker.
Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn! We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
Let's keep going, since we've come this far. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get some closure.
Okay, but where should we go now?
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. There's still a chance we may be able to find some shreds of evidence.
I'm not even gonna bother with Violet. I felt bad the last time I said this, but I don't feel bad about it anymore, because I just went reinforced. I don't like Alandia's attitude. Oh.
Wait. I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beto's tournament, so...
I knew we could count on you.
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma. The remnants of the Tatarigami.
That's one thing I didn't expect to encounter here.
Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Huh. So it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely coming from down below. The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place, but the residue it left behind still hasn't dissipated completely. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy at that time.
Surely it's what would have noticed.
Told, Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters, but most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Their interests become fanatical obsessions. Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions, even as he put himself in grave debt.
So what should we do now? Go down and take a look?
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look inside.
That's dangerous.
If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You
Nervous I'm not to do it.
Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this. Relatively speaking, it's trivial.
What's down
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
So in the end, it was just a scare. I'm sure that's a good or bad
That
thing.
was too scary! Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us!
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami energy source left this place. 2 ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much misfortune has already befallen them.
Let's hurry.
Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is coming from.
Yeah.
Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you too will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
This is not a scent. Welcome back, Demon Slayer.
From this point, the trail appears to split into 2. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here, and seems to be dissipating slowly.
So, 2 parts. Would that correspond to Mr. Negatia and Anime Way?
Quite possibly. Let's search the area.
Whoa! Look at all those hilly churls! They're acting really strangely.
I don't
Something
see
seems to
him.
be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Disappear!
It's...
Ugh! Look at this red stuff! What is it?
By the looks of it, a letter, written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written quite some time ago. Well, let's take a look.
I am Negator. I was feeling that enemy. He took my most precious blade. I chased him but could not catch him. I lay down here to rest on account of my exhaustion. I felt that I am incorrect right here. My stomach kept on bleeding, but it seems that some strange power has sustained me. Why did he steal that blade? I was going to sell it to him. He even burned my warehouse down there. It hurts, but for some reason, I can't feel unconscious, so all I can do is distract. The pain is right. It all happened to Yuchi and Yunchin. I'm sorry to them. I really am. But now do I realize how stuck in my ways I was, and how blind into my obsession. I must have been cursed. I collected all those strange and bizarre things. They won me not one ounce of happiness or warmth. Put all of it together, and it still wouldn't have been worth a single word from her mouth. Thank you. I'm sorry for letting you down, Sachika.
According to this letter, A conflict arose because Amenoma Yuya wanted to seize a blade belonging to Mr. Nagato. Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could, eventually stopping here to write this letter when his strength gave out.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its aura seems to have attracted a horde of monsters, and I'm afraid he may no longer be with us. Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the hilly churls. There's nothing more for us to find here.
Let's also tender your commission to do a thorough search later. There are more important things right now.
Yes. Right now, we need to uncover some more important truths. If Amenoma Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him, the more people risk meeting the same tragic end.
Right, so let's get moving.
How did it come to this?
I wouldn't be surprised if he, too, fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be their pursuit of further power and skill. All the clues that at first seemed disparate and disconnected, it seems that now we know the thread that runs between them. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
Wait, you figured it out? So these two cases are connected after all?
I believe so. But it's something of an outlandish idea. I will only be able to confirm my suspicions once we've met him in person. On with the search. We must stay vigilant. At any point now, we may find ourselves in danger.
Wow. I wonder where I could possibly be needing to go.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure. But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time.
Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Kaede Harakazua. It's you, at last.
Huh?
So it is the same guy from before. What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Amenoma Yuya that stands before us. But what if instead of facing Amenoma Yuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
The blade?
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather as a means to occupy, Amenoma Yuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter. Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy in me he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So, swords can become conscious and control people?
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home. I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power, the might of Ishin art.
Ah, so Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired, or injured, or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful!
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun.
Did that already.
Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me!
No one escapes my sight! Oh, line to command.
Where'd he go?
Wind strike.
We shall rewrite history! Do not stand in my way, or I will strike you down too!
Womp womp.
Fooling no one! You've lost!
Lost? I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man. He is but a
Give me the
puppet
sword.
that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will.
Then we will smash you into
The
pieces.
end result is the same. I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger. And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. My consciousness shall endure. By any means necessary, and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny!
Your fighting
oh.
style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin art. But from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a thinly veiled mania and despair.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user's thoughts and feelings. Since the blade is currently possessing Aminome Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without you? On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin Art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever need your help?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped. After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak. To the point that you are now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Aminome Yuya and make your escape.
And what of it?
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that is so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand and too heavy for you to bear. Each step you have taken has come at a great cost. I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth. But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal.
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed countless atrocities and showed a blatant disregard for human life. Even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
You...
Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
Silence, you blabbering fool! I must achieve my goal. This was his life's dream, and the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly. But you also underestimate my resolve.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. Facing reality offers me nothing. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality. It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man, then offer me your body in exchange.
How stubbornly you stick to your wayward path. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet, and I will put your strength to the test.
What? Surely you're not planning to agree to his demands.
Very well.
Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my power will more than convince you. Once we have dealt with them, we shall proceed to Tenshukaku.
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release Amenoma Yuya from your control.
I accept.
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is a risky strategy.
This is the only way to save Amenoma Yuya. If we don't do this, he'll forever be the Blade's puppet. The Cursed Blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. This suggests his heart is still not completely devoid of honor. The power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions. This is the reason Mr. Nagato and Amenoma Yuya fell prey to it. Since I don't have any similar kinds of obsessions, I should be able to put up some resistance for a while.
But even so...
Even if things take a turn for the worse, I still have you both here with me. We have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I am willing to accept the risks entailed.
Alright, fine.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. I agreed to this bet because there are things I wish to learn too. Now, take me in your hand.
Kazuha?
I'm okay. I felt a little dizzy at first, but only for a moment. It's all right. So far, this was as I expected.
Wait, an elephant killed a lady and showed up at a funeral? What? Because, let me know immediately.
I will. Thank you.
What should we do next? Have you got a plan, Kazuha?
What do we...
We find some enemies.
Huh.
Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many real fights. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat situation.
Wow.
Wait a minute. Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild. Since the Takatsukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since.
That should fit the bill.
All right. Please lead the way.
What about Amenoma Yuya? What should we do with him?
The blade
Leave him.
says he'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently. Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet, he is not in any immediate danger.
Are we sure this is a good idea? It's a pretty treacherous journey. Okay, fine. Just be careful.
Yeah. Teleport waypoint unlocked. bad. Which one is Cloud Retainer? And Cerebaza. Fucking it.
So many places lately. What do you say we take a day off from adventuring and just find somewhere nice to relax? Let Paimon think. Where are some nice places we could go? Oh, why don't we pay Cloud Retainer a visit at Mount Outsong? It's been a while since we last saw that illuminated bird. She's always the one popping up out of nowhere and scaring us half to death. So let's surprise her this time.
That's a very funny thing to say while we're actively going into a fight. I love Fiona's in my background. Let's go.
Leave everything on this journey to me.
That's a very bad idea, but okay.
Time to go.
Oh, I should check this weapon out, yeah.
How's this?
As one with wind and cloud.
How are you feeling? You okay?
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use.
Yeah.
Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
At least we got a chest out of this.
Let's get down to business. Finally, no. To the ferry. Let's get down to business. That hurt.
Whoa.
Ah.
Something's up with the blade.
It's grown dimmer.
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break apart at any moment.
But what would that do to Amano Miyuya?
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily. He's still trying to achieve his goal.
Brum, 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 brum. Brum, 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 brum.
Time to go.
Cut down.
Are you okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight.
Yes. And it looks like he's reached his limit.
The sheen's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
Sometimes I
This
wish you would
time,
stop
we'll
talking.
finally have a chance to see his true form.
True form? What are you talking about? Huh? What the? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk.
Looks like it's about to
If you
break.
choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy.
Will he listen to you? True,
I
right
finally
there.
figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the one who made you. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming from?
You shouldn't fight with this blade anymore.
We can help this time.
Don't worry. I'll use my own blade. It's just more of the same.
Oh no, what is your blade? The fillet blade.
You fought way better with your own sword.
Yeah.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am. No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a magnificent blade it is. Perhaps I shall never reach that level of glory.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue.
What?
Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art. There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past, It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body.
I sensed it, but I couldn't change it. It is an integral part of my consciousness.
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenoma Yuya. But I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. And yet there was no way for you to turn your back on his ambition. You have known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair.
He gave me everything. My life, my form, my consciousness, and purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Do not worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy." How could I go back on my word?
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Where are you going, Kazuo?
I can't see.
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things. When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the Blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
I'm getting teleported. Going back and forth is one room.
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my forging like it was just yesterday. I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numb the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition, I also defiled it.
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Amenoma Yuya. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself and my creator?
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix, too? Jeez, don't push your luck, mister.
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, I will still release Amenoma Yuya as promised. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
His attitude has grown a lot milder. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we give him a chance?
Give him a beer.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed again. Nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle since. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. The next in a long line of transgressions. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh? And who would be the opponent?
I will release Amenoma Yuya and restore his consciousness. Perhaps after that, you can convince him to commit to a fight with you. You must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put myself forward. I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryo Commission.
Thanks for your help. Who knows how this would have ended without your intervention?
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Finally, we're getting out of here. I also need to watch Tevada here. Yeah, that's a real thing. I don't know. Why I know that.
This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash.
That was a much more relaxed occasion.
We still can't let our guard down, even now. Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him.
I'm sorry, what is this?
Bro, I know you're almost dead right now. I would never die.
Okay, I thought that was behind the scenes thing. That's just a normal clip. Never mind.
Ready? Okay. Alright then. Successor of Ishin art, Kaedahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
Wind Strider.
You know, actually, I think I want use of vision to make it more fair.
Fine.
What if I leave? What if I start leaving?
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for all that has transpired.
You need not seek my forgiveness, nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone, and not let them stain the legacy of Ishin art. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaedahara Kazuha. I beseech you, please understand this.
Yes, I too trust Mr. Kaedahara to do the right thing.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma smithy. Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go there?
Kazuha, do you just want my time?
I'm not sure.
Is that it?
I think that all this is about to come to an end.
It's Yuya! You have returned!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
A prized Ishin blade, turned weapon that controls the human mind. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. This is a great pity. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji, from the Bonton Sango Detective Agency, tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes. Badly wounded, but he will live. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious. I have decided to let him do it.
Guys, what if 001 was the front man?
Guess there's nothing we can say to change your mind, huh?
The decision is yours. I trust your judgment.
I will explain my reasons later. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness.
That's one way to cook, yeah?
You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in peace.
This was a way to say that.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them.
It's very dangerous if you ask me. I'm not sort of treated gods and nothing to scoff at.
I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me, just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
I'll hold you to your word.
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
It is in the city, more like teleport. What a pity. Why are you here?
Ah, you've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, we're most fortunate that no lives were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanome Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged with any crime.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please, take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin. A weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see. I understand.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well. I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the Shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Man, Barbados, bless you, man.
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with Nahida. Paimon was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy. Like, about these Descenders. So, does that just mean people like you who come traveling to Teyvat from someplace else? And as for your sister... Whew, so many questions. Let's go find Nahida and see what else we can find out.
That's the plan.
Sabaku decree has been repealed. Thank you, Almighty Shogun.
I got them confused. Well, it's gonna have to wait for me to finish my recap thing, and I need to go grab some tasty water. Alright, that's the other thing. It's time to write. Actually, I want to look.
Welcome to the Academia. Welcome to the Academia.
The daylight hours really drag on.
How do I click off this? I don't care. Well, I mean, I do care, but like, I'm not Australian. What do you want me to do about it? Wait. But I'm not American. What do you want me to do about it?
The daylight hours really drag on.
Welcome to the Academia.
The daylight hours really drag on.
Alright, I do have a thing to do. It's writing that recap. I'm gonna use the fandom wiki. As a copy and pasting the so I don't want. In the daytime, I'm just an ordinary girl with normal life. When the group of Zachary still together. welcome. Actually, I think I would just set this up for tomorrow now. Finish everything. Oh. Let us begin.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Latern Rite mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatarasuna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Let's go listen in.
Let's go find out what this Tatarasuna mystery is all about.
Virgin Phoenixes.
All right, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
If you're looking for the traveler, that's me.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
Don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
So what, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help this time.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
Why does he sound like that?
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans
Wait,
of
is that how I got to that island?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Yeah, I know a guy.
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So, basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
What's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't...
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
What?
A puppet?
The straight on puppet that we offer off the medicine ruler of Zoo. The friends we speak to could be her. The premier has to be for Balandia. But what is he doing 400 years ago in Tasmania?
Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Clear it, Paimon Country keeps him after it.
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is voice actor, but I've just seen a tweet of a character getting like, it's like a person getting a character and claiming something is Riftbrook like me, and someone replied, I'm gonna have to message her and figure out how to meet her. And just, out the context, so bad. But yeah, this is basically okay. A man arrived in the afternoon from afar. Yes, but I don't want to read.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
You thought it's excellent for Sarah's bro. But it's one bit. It is 10:47 p.m. I'm not reading this.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Yeah, it sounds more like a novel.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay!
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
I'm sorry. What's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like... the balladeer! No,
Didn't I just come down from here?
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be lacked at? I
I'm very
know you
confused.
must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
No.
Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
Well,
I don't trust
I, for one, have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
He tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
It's very clearly not.
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes. I have
Wouldn't
my
you do?
reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twins' details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
Even the first time, the events I've been seen?
Sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. It seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
I'm glad to be able to help.
Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
I also feel very strange in here.
Look at
Me
that.
personally.
Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine, let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going.
I'm here for
Or did you need
billions
some
years
time
old.
to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
There's no need for abiding sarcasm.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Must have been the wind.
Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different than what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is
Paimon is
closely
about-
intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser
Maybe
Lord
sometimes I would
Kusanali,
do.
we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Okay. Damn it. I can't sprint. This is horrible.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
Oh, I think I just touched it. Constraints being transported to another path. What is this?
It looks the same in every direction.
This is indeed unusual. This murderer is more useful than I.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a
Wow.
huge tree!
I'm gonna lick it. This is the center of Irminsul with information. The world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
He hasn't put up any resistance, it seems to be good at work on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First occurrence on the streets notice. What strange individuals.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Nahida? Is this sort of telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the bell there.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Well, somebody seems to excel at doing odd jumps or others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Learn about his past for trials and the other events in Inazuma.
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
I'm actually not going to go through everything that I ran into her stuff.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work. Your attitude is better than I
Right
thought.
now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
That name, Noe was the man in charge of the play. He wants to learn into the ancient art.
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. but Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torachiyo, the yokai struck down by the shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, That pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
That's a stupid idea. People, even if they're of different kinds, don't deserve that.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
Yeah.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was.
Huh?
I'd like to
Oh, of course
introduce
it's
a
him.
puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore? Dottore!
He is not okay, guys.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tatsurina incident.
Why did we see things from his perspective? When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Okay, I was alive. It's only for hundreds of years. Was this part of a doctor's experiment? If it happened, it existed in isolation, but where does this leave him?
Give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Okay, let's go over there.
I need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Yeah.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabukimono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause a and now we know. Ah. Yeah, I get it. This doesn't mean that vengeance is the right decision.
Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Tatori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing?
Shall we, may?
Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
If this background history is
Are you
easily
worried about
terrified.
me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Thank you.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not affected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
Sorry, what? So what now?
He told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time.
For Jester? Another for Tui Harbringer?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
Okay, bro. Sounds kinda gay, but alright.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me.
Wait, did he see me hesitate? That was because I know about Greater Lord. I think by not denying it immediately.
I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Yeah, I gave him the answer he needed.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Balandir, stop.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who
Not to
died in
me.
Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Is this how I unlock the Fog Island?
Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Isn't there anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, Though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
I will listen remember our Lord because we're on the this question was a strange one. Such a friend from here might be very distressing for Paimon. Let's get the pod better and look for an Africans in the Balladeer. Paimon in the Balladeer asking on what he might be planning.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible.
Not easy, that's for sure.
Right. You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Oh, Paimon's so confused.
Wait, he wants to erase himself from history. Why? Paimon, are you okay?
Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Not necessarily. But maybe.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed, beyond the desert as himself around, so many people in his room will be affected. I can't imagine the situation would look like. In this scenario, I'm affected from connection to Red Goku, Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayata. Will this mean that they'll disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake. And Drayan chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation. Golden shrimp balls. Triple layered consomme. Lotus seed and bird egg soup. And...
Paimon, what's wrong?
What was
You were getting so worried about the situation with Valandia that you started listing foods.
The balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird.
Ah, so it's happened. Pine doesn't remember Valandia. That must mean he actually pulled it off. And how did he have that ability? This doesn't make sense.
Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Nah. Doesn't really happen. I need to know what else is changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now's not the time to explain.
We've made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the raid in Gakuden.
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju.
Hey, wasn't it more than 5?
The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaede Harakazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too. It seems like such a shame.
What's the reason behind that decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaede Harakazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Rite and Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Legend. Oh. Legend the writing of constrained someone else attack was also something about something in them, so soon Spinner still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Yes, he still exists. He is increased so fine as I've heard. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Well, technically, you're usually beside me. This place isn't even called the Butterfly Estate. What is wrong with me?
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What
That's
would
nice.
you like to
Not
know?
what I'm after. How are the commissioners on Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual on the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
After Sylvia, yes, for Sylvia, okay, yes, we've lighted the house, no changes there. As far as I can see, so from the Sheriff Commission either, nothing's changed in the issue. As expected as much, but it's still a bit early for that because the status of bunks over stuff and while.
Got any more questions?
That's all for now. Many
You're
thanks.
very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that.
Next
Miss
update for Rita.
Kamisato talks
Next update.
about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you.
They have that
I
effect on
must
people.
say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
I'm flattered.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
That's for sooner.
Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
You know, it's a little bit bullshit that we don't actually speak the
Oh,
characters
are
we're
you two
talking
leaving
about.
already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Bye. Is this a completely separate place where I'm thinking of? Yeah, it is. Because I don't know why, but I thought we were talking about here, but now we were talking about here. Suddenly less interested. I do want to complete this before I enter and go to bed.
Do I have company?
What kind of person comes to a place like this and just spaces out? Let's find out. Come on, let's ask this guy.
Hey, I wasn't spacing out. I was pondering some problems.
Sure you were. Your eyes were glazed over, dude. You were a million miles away.
Why are you making fun of me? I told you I wasn't spacing out. I was ruminating on some problems. Technological, environmental, and so forth. This is Tatarasuna, after all.
Oh, he said Tatarasuna. Looks like we came to the right person.
Oh, is there something you want to know about Tatarasuna?
How should I address you?
My name's Xavier.
I'm just gonna say Xavier, not Xavier. Do you know much about Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How do you understand the
Like
history
the
of this
back of
era?
my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true. The history.
Go on, listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Kinda Catholic constructed to attack Carthagena's leading to an ensuing chaos.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Latern Rite? Come on, ask already.
I am.
I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. So can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
You heard of the
A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman, for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Latern Rite is concerned.
So it was more and more question the band really magnify himself in history. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Xavier.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Yeah, looks like it. I'm going there. I can see less than Miss Molly.
But what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Alright.
Come on, you gotta keep it together. Why don't you grab something to eat? You can't go facing life's challenges on an empty stomach. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
This is the first multi-region Archon quest. No, that was in my way. This Archon quest we're preparing this. Stuff we had to go to Africa Village.
Hey, it's them!
Hmm?
Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about other
Indeed
stuff?
we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Latern Rite, huh? Should we join them?
Definitely see if research ships and staff and see what
Unfortunately,
they have to
we
say.
haven't made any real progress.
Can I read it again?
Oh, of course.
Aviella. Mechanic.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Oh, name is mentioned. And then it's changed, no? And from the information environment, so then this anyone has two of his lands.
Well, what do you think?
A masterpiece.
Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this?
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
You got some Mr. Here by now.
Sorry, look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome.
See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
I just wanna cast in this one. Oh, kinda hate it.
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we
I was investigating the situation with the...
suddenly, the sun was up, and then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with Valendia.
Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Oh no.
Troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Even the heater doesn't remember just last time, and he changed his room so I picked her as well. He acted quickly. He finished raising stuff before the heater could stop him. The only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I am your keeper.
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. With a heavy heart, you piece back together a story that was broken and scattered across time. This was one named for Valendia, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among man. After a series of events in Tarsuna, for Valendia, thinking that had been twice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam forward beyond. The trust for humans and only living for the gods. For his grudge for years as he grew on threat, and returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. Tried in vain to become a deity of Nurses and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Emerson and learned the truth, find his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built in lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because...
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. but I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The
That's a funny
traveler
hat.
comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Let's do that again.
Someone's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm really not sure. He wants to reset everything? So smart that he wants to completely undo his existence. Shut up, Siri. Everything can be set right and send the something control. Maybe not too there is to it. That's a random question he asked me. Asked me specifically on my hesitation. She gave him his answer. I hesitated because I wanted to spread Earth's own existence, but I can't note when to hear to that. To put it another way, I know if it didn't was for sure it could work, but I can't tell
Something
him
else
that.
worrying you? Something that you can't share?
Is there such a radical option on yet?
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Time for my favorite game on the during Islamian official. Yeah, it's a lot of many ways. Yeah, it's only it. The dads who didn't give us a second chance, his fated church again could not be saved. It's clear that he went to fight back against our trails in his life, did he win? He never
Please
existed
wait
at
a
all.
moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
This matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the balladeer?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us, the now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different. remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
Well, we need
still
this
don't
already.
know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
Feels like life is as significant as if ever.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Mihida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
You got it. Come on, traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Even if I'm not going to sleep, I'm gonna go take a brain quickly. This is fun. Curiosity kills are better than me.
We're here! What should we eat first?
I'm feeling there's something that I'm missing, something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Where's this commitment I'm processing?
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Alright, Brand, let's do this. What do you mean that's
What is
no
it?
one should hear
Have you
it.
figured it all out?
She said no, can raise themselves from this. While I wouldn't she need her any connection, that's a local tsunami to do. And the Latern Rite, it would be an important.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't talk about when she doesn't know about Grid. This is a crucially important detail. So plus, we'll float around the completely areas that don't exist.
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
That's what he did.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is Valon, yeah.
Who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him on there. Man så special too.
Don't let him see you.
Oh.
I've got great food and great drinks that everyone can enjoy.
Wait, huh?
A reward on the road.
Neat.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back. Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before?
Don't put a trick on me.
No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry,
Yes.
but I just can't
Yes,
take
the
your word
hat.
for it.
I can prove it. The hats match. You're a puppet.
Puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
Have somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't...
Have a life.
No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
How'd I get up there? Well, it's supposed to be over, so I can just lay down and go to bed.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem... So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation? Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
We just try and think where to start.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, You did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Yeah.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone. It's time to get ready.
Yeah, you know they're talkative, are you?
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
Let us go.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
Mm.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
Now we're just finishing business.
Alright. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Do you really want to know? Well, I promise you would.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Bum 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 bum. What in Videndra?
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the Balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the Balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Did Alloy have any lore, or did she just show up one time?
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Okay, bro.
Finally. Quiet. Windblade.
Not now. Hi. I'll protect us. Hi.
Let's end this quickly.
The night is cold.
Disappear.
This is bad. I guess this is it.
Put your back into it!
You can't run.
Windblade.
Get out of my way!
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Not now.
I see through you.
Let it rain.
You can't run. Well, we try. Be a killjoy. We've only just begun. That all you got? You can't run. Well, I see through you.
Break you!
Let the show begin.
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Windblade.
My duty.
You can't run. I miscalculated.
Yeah.
This place is dark.
Yeah.
Paimon knows this place. It's the delusion factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
This body will appear to go with me. Let me amuse myself a little.
Oh. No, that reference was up on that. You still there. Give them a until I get to half it.
The night is cold. Let it rain.
Over here.
With the wind!
Let me amuse
You can't run from death.
Who can I find who might amuse me? Ow! Look at me. Just...
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
Okay, we'll play Doctor.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
Here's the doctor behind all this.
Creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think
Yes.
there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Are you saying?
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
And this is what you're reading over. Besides the festival honor, since Anthony can put the urgent, but they will go on. This festival will go on in his place. Repressing sins. And escape a part of
I've
the
always
destiny.
felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? It's... You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is... my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Venti?
Die. This is
Whoa.
trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
Have you got any more stupid questions?
Be more human. Behold. Insignificant past.
Wait, one moment. Oh wait.
At my command, you shall fall. My endless cycle begins.
The wind rises.
Know your place.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
Me?
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now you've recovered your memories. Past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me.
I'm not.
But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Oh, alright.
Welcome back, Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back
After
to
learning
Balladeer
about
now.
everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
What did I say? That's one of the tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Why is an orange code on orange, but that was not code red? He doesn't see you now, eh?
I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Okay, I hope you can find me on
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you trained.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
Please don't make it sound like I'm
Borrowing and
exploiting you.
returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
If you can hit her a
Everything's
chance.
ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
What the hell?
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
Huh? You want us to decide?
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Oh, I got something. Name change rules. You can obtain the name in a Alchemy quest until eventually your ancestors provide exchange. Aliens are to wonder, animates a name. Basically, that sometimes cannot be utilized in this. To rename the character set, there's in the game of home to find the name that you've chosen. There's a limit in the number of times you can rename this character, so please do so with care. Please ensure that you follow the terms of service. Recursion of the content is in the willingness of. Yep. Confirm.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think this would do.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
So what do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been. What's that look for? Don't make that face. I know what I'm doing. That day will come. All right. We're done here. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There are some months along the way, but it's all over now.
Finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Circus. No, I got nothing.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue.
Oh.
The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continue to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Are we not done yet? How is there more? Boom.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
There's some Paimon.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at that vase.
What about it?
Someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
And I say him Paimon his head after being started by singing the melody or under the vans. The arranged listen to his room. So why
You
is this
sound
man so
lost
broken?
and confused.
Who's
I
that?
know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Who the fuck are you?
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Believe my eyes, does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up? It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
No one else wants me in the future. That happened. Oh, don't push your luck. I swear this is moved.
Come on, we can do it.
Good God, it's over. We find the link and then we'll log off. Oh, so gonna do my favorite area. I don't know if I've hit this before or not. Wrong one. Finally got the right one, and then I didn't do the right one. Where was I? If I am, I'm not staying up. Get trusted. I brought everything I have, and I. Thanks. Okay, good night.